Oh, damn it. He's rocking my shit, Jesus. Fioro, what's going on? Didn't know there was more. I'm halfway through the VOD. What? What did you think? Unless I say finale, I'm under the impression that there's always more to go. Pizza, what's going on? Skyward, how you doing? Multitasking, watching both? Seems appropriate for you. On the other news side of the spectrum, I am proud to report that I finished Tales of Arise last night. Ghostly Paladin, what's going on? So I think before I start, I am going to talk a little bit about Tales. So don't worry too much. If you care a lot about because I've been playing the dog shit out of that game off stream, obviously indicated by the fact that I beat it for the first time last night. And I am going to be doing a New Game Plus playthrough. I don't know if I'll stream that, but I did was be playing through it. And I will say that that game is a really good game, with the downside of it tried really hard to jump the shark and it jumped the fucking shark. The last like third of the game's plot, I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude, get me to the next fight, right? But it was a decently fun game. I enjoyed myself. Your voice sounds a bit nasal to me. You feeling okay? I mean, are you usually here? Because I just sound like this. Got a birthday going on? No problem, KX. Thanks for coming out, though. SM, what's going on? Why did you hit me with one of those? Why are you... Kyoro, you can't come in, say, I was watching the VOD, I thought there wasn't more game, or I didn't know there was more game, and then say, man, you sound different. You're just not here. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, yeah, Tales of Arise, a super fun game. I really enjoyed playing through it. The story gets a little bit nonsensical towards the end, but it's fine enough that I don't really care. It's definitely a it's definitely a story that like goes to a degree of like, we're gonna start out being very normal, very like medieval-esque anime, and I had a feeling it was gonna turn into oh, there's technology, but when I ended up in space, I was like, but why? What's going on, SNR? Hopefully so he can make his case like an adult this time. Secondly, fuck the defense. But I found this this strategy for both regular fights and boss fights. I found a strategy for each that completely trivialized combat. So I actually ended up two-shotting the final boss, and I was like, for some reason I don't know if I'm okay with this. You know what I mean? What's going on, Jose? Exalted, how y'all doing? But spoiler-free, complete, like, clarification. The only thing that I would feel is, what do you mean I'm a demon today? Imagine somebody walking into your house that you've seen in your house before, but that hasn't been there in like 6 months, right? And they go, damn, man, did you move your furniture around? And your furniture is exactly the same. It's like somebody seeing you in person after not seeing you for like 2 months and going, hey, man, did you lose weight? And you look exactly the same. Like, I appreciate the sentiment, however, no, I did not lose weight. A great race attorney. What did I do to deserve this? You didn't do anything to deserve it. Except what you did. But yeah, I'll leave the Tales of Arise talk for another time. I'll just say that I thoroughly enjoyed myself. The combat, in my idiotic way of playing video games, I found a way to, what's the word? I found a way to finish every combat encounter that was, like, super not trivial. Got a way to do it super easy. And, I mean, it was fun until, like, all of my, until, like, all of the combat was like, alright, I need to do this, and then this. Instead of me fighting the enemies, it was always me fighting to get to the particular thing. On the bosses, I was trying to get to the boost strikes. On the regular enemies, I was just trying to get to the dual burst strikes, and that was pretty much it. But I think we dallied long enough. What's going on, Flip? How you doing? So, quick recap. Last time we were here, we started off chapter 5, which saw the continuation of the trial of Baroque Van Zeeks for the murder of Tobias Gregson. Obviously, Mans didn't do it. I don't think I need to dally too heavily on that point, but it was up to us to prove that he didn't. And chapter 4 didn't end up with the conclusion of the case. It just ended up with us gaining more information, like the assumed presumption of Professor Mikotoba was Iris's father. Now, as we played further into the chapter, we did get a confirmation from Iris herself, and I guess I shouldn't have bought too heavily into the fact that Mikotoba could be her father, because, I mean, she was going off an assumption saying that her dad was the person that was Sholmes' partner and wrote all of the case files for him. And she just kind of made this massive assumption, but we found out and then disproved, or had disproven to us, that Iris was Sholmes' dad. Jesus Christ, my brain. That Iris was Mikotoba's daughter. Jesus Christ. And we were working through a couple things in court to prove Baroque's innocence, including telling everything that we know about the case to Lord Strongheart. who is now the presiding judge, which, if that doesn't scream final boss energy, I don't know what to tell you, because that is final boss energy. Hey man, during the final thing, you know how you've had this thing show up all the time? Yeah, now it's me who's the important one. And with no jury, nobody else to decide the fate of the accused, it feels like Strongheart has a little bit too much play in the court, but through the investigation, we ended up seeing the return of Sholmes and Mikotoba as a investigative pair who went aboard the SS Grouse, where Gregson was allegedly investigating into the killings of the Reaper of the Old Bailey, and he ran into somebody there, died there, and had his body stored in a freezer, only to be brought to the Fresno Street apartments. But during the investigation, we found Jigoku trying to leave the country by stowing away inside of a trunk in one of the first-class cabins. But as we await the return of our final witness for the case, we now are moving into the courtroom once again. Oh, I think one thing that I forgot to mention, it's been a couple days, but we did end up finding out that the list of 4 names that was being telegrammed from Britain to Japan was being sent to Judge Jigoku. Sholmes had Hosonaga sweep the office and look through the telegram records, and he found that in Judge Jigoku's office. So, for some reason or another, Britain and Japan have decided to do this assassin exchange program, and the alleged assassins are both Asa Shin, formerly known as Giselle Brett, and our good friend Kazuma Asogi. And I mean, this does make sense given what Kazuma told us about Britain. He had something to do there, and learning that his target might have been Tobias Gregson, the man that personally investigated and could be the most influential member in the death of his father, you know. It could be that Kazuma did want revenge, but I think that's for us to find out in court. Speaking of which, the 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., Old Bailey Courtroom is where we're going to start. And everybody's here. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbed findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Is that the foot you want to lead with? You really want to say, hey man, y'all are gonna find out the truth to these two? Kind of weird that he would say that, you know? Imagine if Strongheart isn't evil. Well, no. He's super evil. There's no way he's not. Like, they have pointed to that WrestleMania sign for like seven whole cases, I would say. Resolve, yeah. That's my intention. It's also the name of the game, too, so. My lord, if I may inquire, The defendant may speak. On what ground is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. They didn't arrest me because I asked? Yeah. Yeah, Strongheart super isn't evil. Yeah, he's just gonna allow this assassin to take stand as prosecutor in this court. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. If the defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Well, yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. Another thing, you were treated to alternate music for the final case last time, too? Yeah, we did get some different music, so it is very nice to get the OST change up. I'm very happy about it. What's going on, Memesy? How you doing? As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seshiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Well, here he is. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So, it was you, what, fuck, the subpoena? Yeah. Your subpoena, I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. If the witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Yeah, man, don't say anything out of line, you might reveal some shit. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation of the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Actually, he took a boat, but of course he's gonna be a dickhead like me. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. Well, I mean, if anybody was going... Well, the Fifth Amendment doesn't exist. We're not even in America, let alone by the time it's creation of the amendments. But I was going to say, if anybody's going to plead the Fifth, it's going to be this guy, but... There is, There is a little bit of a fuck situation here. If we've got Strongheart, who I assume is the big bad, on the judge's bench, and we have Jigoku, who we assume is the murderer, in the witness stand, we're kind of fucked, aren't we? What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer... I appreciate that a respected... What? What do you mean by that? That's a shit way to phrase it. Like, this is like saying, like, I understand, but instead of understand, you say appreciate, right? But this is kind of like, oh, thanks, man, you killed that respected police inspector. For which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right! And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. I think he means he respects the severity of the situation. Yeah, like, I understand that's what he means, but that language is just super scuffed, right? Like, yeah, I appreciate that this man was killed. Wait, what? The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Also, they're putting on a lot of what's the word? A lot of emphasis on the word resolve in this case. And, you know, I mean, understandably so, right? Considering that the case is, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The game is the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, but it's a little bit thick, right? They're laying it on just a little bit thick. TBH IMO. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
Too on the nose? Well, they're not trying to make an analogy of any kind, so being on the nose isn't really an issue. It's more of they're being a little bit too heavy-handed, right? They're laying it on pretty thick. Like the resolve. You're resolve. Ooh, you're resolve. You know, like it's cool, and I understand that there's supposed to be emphasis on it, but I think I've read the word resolve 6 times in the past 30 minutes. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh! Look at him. He's mad. We got him. We got him on the ropes. You little... Where did you get that? Don't you have your gavel? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kayasogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. Well, I mean, A. Shin was also a victim, but, you know... No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student. Kazuma Asogi. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Or look how mad he is. I'm sad we're gonna lose this beard. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you had accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. Not but actually. No, come on, man. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Nigga, and? You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Yeah, and we know that because we see the bullet hole inside the wall of his cabin. It's just, that easy, I guess. But we don't have that as evidence yet, do we? Because we need Sholmes to bring it back to us. No, we didn't mark it down as evidence, but we do have the evacuation drill itinerary. We do have the part of Gregson's watch. Can I actually look at what do you think, Miss Usada? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make note of this new information at once. There we go. Before some bullshit happens and it's like, oh no. But we did get this. We did get the telegram, and we did get the itinerary. And we have the Great Sword Karma, which we can't check for the real Asogi papers, considering that these are not it, right? The Will and Testament is, excuse me, the Will and Testament, right? I think clearly are not the Asogi papers. I think these are a decoy, right? And the real Asogi papers, whatever they may be, are inside of the Hilt of Karma, but there's no reason for Ryunosuke to think that, so I can't open up the sword. I can't open the sword like a fucking Kinder Surprise egg and find the real Asogi papers just yet. I do have to wait a little bit. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There is no need for such quite a vicious stare, young man. What about the mean mug you would just... You son of a bitch. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything that I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about this alleged assassin exchange in the events of the night of October 31st. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. What's going on, Kev? How you doing? It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times, except for the evacuation drill, in which case he fucking left, so, yeah, good game, idiot. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. Yeah, sure thing, dickhead. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. What do you mean? We're in a closed court. Go ahead, discuss it. Why not? To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Jigoku. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know? What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Also, does... Like, wait a minute. Doesn't this completely clear Van Zieks? Like, isn't this a confession? Shouldn't the trial be over right now? Like, shouldn't this be like, oh, well, oh, you're confessing? Alright, then shit. Van Zieks is free to go. It's time for your turn. Kazuma. Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed no one. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can have perished aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. Suppressors existed in this time. That's not necessarily 100% true. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. Oh, not right! And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque Van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealing. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? And fuck you. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright. Second to last statement, or... yeah, second to last statement, and then we just yell at him. Yeah, worthy now. How about this one now?
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside of Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again? According to this itinerary, and I know that they wouldn't change this this paper out specifically for this one thing, but I kind of wish that because he was reading this crumpled paper, you could see a crumpled paper in this stack, like at the top. That would be nice. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Oh, is he gonna go? Because also the shit that was blocking the I want to say horn, but the little pipe, right? The intercom system? What the fuck would you call that, right? He had clothes blocking that, so he tried to muffle the sound as much as possible. Collide Prisma, Ilya is getting a movie? Well, I mean, it's to be expected. Fate is kind of reaching the bottom of the well on stuff they can make movies of, unless they want to keep doing FGO counterparts, but, I mean, you can only do so many of those before everybody goes, man, that's enough of Fate Grand Order. Ugh.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Do people even like FGO? I mean, I've spoken a lot about how I enjoy it. The stories are really good. They've chosen a lot of the better stories to adapt into like anime or movies, right? Babylon made a really great anime. Camelot is gonna be fantastic. If they choose to do any of the Lost Belts, the story there is gonna be really good. The pseudo-singularity is gonna be really good. Like, I feel they can make a an anime for not Shibuya. Is it Shibuya? The one for Jalter and Salter, I can't remember. The one that had Moriarty in it. That one could be really good. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. That's Shibuya? Okay. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken on Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Well...
Take that!
Judge Jigoku! This was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch. And if you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim was almost certainly broke. The victim's watch, I was about to say, tells us that the victim was almost certainly broke there. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was broke in other places too. He was paying another man's salary, for Christ's sake. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
You've already acquitted me. It doesn't work that way.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first.
I'm really starting to not like this guy. I don't know what it is.
Rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I had known that would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
I'ma whoop his ass. Don't worry. They butchered maneuver? No, they spelled it like a British person.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony.
Gregson mentioned before that his name appearing in Iris novels at one time resulted in his salary getting doubled. Yeah, and he was paying fucking daily vigil for him and his wife to live comfortably. So, like, what I mean when I say that, like, he was paying another man's salary, like, yeah, he obviously had more money because of being mentioned in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but at the same time, he was probably forfeiting a lot of that for an entire family, well, not an entire family, but a man and his wife to live very comfortably, right? So, I mean, there's that.
About exactly what happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October.
Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Sure you don't, you motherfucker. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. Probably gonna press that. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Man, what? I soon took care of him with an Ippon-sei throw. Or Seoi throw? Is that... He couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The ancestor was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. No. No, he wasn't. Because we knew his body was being refrigerated, right? How can... Oh, we can use the fucking photo, right? The photo of all of us in the Waterloo? Yeah, okay, yeah. Daily Vigil had 2 sons as well. Yeah, okay, so fucking Gregson was paying for an entire family to live comfortably, right? Whatever comfortably means to them. So, yeah, about that, bud. I think we got him.
Ippon-sei. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What's going on, Kurama? Iris compensated Gregson as well for his name appearing in the novels. And as far as we've seen, Iris and Sholmes aren't really well off either, right? So I have a feeling that Gregson... We've dallied on this, like, misreading, or me misreading a specific line of dialogue for a little bit. But I think the point I'm trying to make is I don't think Gregson was a wealthy man. Due to his literally paying an entire family to live lavishly, right? That's my point. He was giving his money away, is what I'm saying. What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if his testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
And we prove Kazuma's a scumbag? He's not a scumbag. He's just misguided. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now Judge Jigoku's getting racist. Alright. I don't think we present right away on the last one. I think it's, we have to press to get him to say more shit. And whatever his statement changes to, then we'll present. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. I would say you could also present the autopsy report, but, like, nobody has understood what the change to it means, right? They just say that the death was indeterminate, right? Or they just know that it says time of death is indeterminate. They don't know exactly what that means, and, like, they could go like, oh, well, he was killed in the area still, right? So it feels like that's a trap. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain?
Well, you see, Jigoku boats do these things where they move, and the contents inside of them move as well. So,
when people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at the least, don't you think?
Well, yeah, that's true, but,
all passenger luggage is inspected when he's unloaded from arriving vessels.
Except for Jigoku's. He clearly told us that.
And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
That's also a very good point, right? I feel like they're gonna give us some like, oh, well, the crew was above deck doing the evacuation drill, so he couldn't have dumped the body, right? But I would have a much easier time believing that Jigoku would have tried to dump the body at sea so no one could find it than bringing it to a random fucking apartment building in the middle of Britain, right? In the middle of London, setting up an elaborate fireworks display to make it seem like there was a gunshot at a different time, and then have a I guess maybe this way it proves that he has an alibi during the time for the alleged time of death, right? But once people figure out the firework thing and the body being cold, right? Then it's like, Well, yeah, now everybody's alibi for this time doesn't matter, right? He should have known that. Or at least to me it feels like he should have known that. Let's kill the idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Usato? We've heard that first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yeah, there we go, see? Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand.
I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain? There we go.
Objection.
I saw the photo of the Van Zeek's brothers in Gregson, and I was like, that's the one. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. See, I feel like this could have been a good, like, multiple choice question, like, what would have prevented Jigoku from having his, what would have made it possible for Jigoku to have, moved Gregson's body, and you could have said, like, you could have had, like, three, like, choices where it's, like, his title, his job, or, you know, some shit like that. I feel like that could have been a good multiple choice question. Because it requires you to remember that previous information. I think that would have been... I would have liked that as a little bit of a change. We learned that when we first met upon your... Wait, hold on. Quote, what are you talking about? Why do you keep saying son-in-law, imagine sending your own dad to prison? What are you talking about? Who do you think Jigoku is related to? I have to ask now. You are aware Jigoku is his last name, right? Because you said a couple of things that made me believe that you think that he is someone's dad. I'm just a little bit confused. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. There seems to be a misunderstanding? Yeah. On your end. Who are you talking about? Jigoku is unrelated to anyone in this courtroom. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yeah. 3 days ago when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. That guy's fucking stone cold.
Order, order, order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside of the largest, even the largest traveled trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Also, he's a sick nigga, right? He had a whole dead body inside that trunk and then decided, you know what? I'm gonna hide in it. I'm gonna hide in the trunk. The same trunk that had a dead body in there. It floors me when it's spelled meters. That's the fucking British... Where are we right now, Ayame? You'll notice that if we happen to say the word color, there will be a U in there as well. It's the Briton. But inside his trunk. How horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Everyone in chat getting called out today? See, here's the thing, right? You have to realize, you'll be called out in chat if you say stuff that's wrong, right? That's always been the case in this chat, right? I think we can agree on that. If you say some stuff that is going to be taken under scrutiny, you're just gonna get called out. It doesn't even mean about this game, I mean in general, right? Kyoro was coming in here saying like, Chris, man, you sound sick. Nope. Quote going, hey man, why is Judge Jigoku talking to his future son-in-law like that? Whose dad do you think that is? Ayame talking about meters? Man, we've been saying also, did you miss the spelling of maneuvers? I made a mistake, I'd admit it. Yeah, of course. We're not saying that you're wrong and that you didn't admit to being wrong, right? Yeah, you just gotta realize it. You gotta realize we're in Britain. We're gonna be saying some shit weird. What's going on, Kinro? Mrs. Bacon, how you doing? The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. But one place is certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikitoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku, look how angry he is. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. That's kind of hard. That's kind of fucking hard. It doesn't matter how long you stall, the truth will arrive. Dread it, run from it. The truth arrives all the same. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance isn't altered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baroque Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time.
I mean, talk about the I don't have the fucking, like, the scene of I don't have the scene of what's the word of Jigoku's cabin, right? So I would be like, yeah, man, the bullet hole makes sense, right? But I don't think I don't have anything that would immediately disprove that, right? Like, cause when we were doing the previous case and they were like, oh yeah, I slipped on and my hand landed in blood, and we were like, oh well, that could have been chicken blood, right? We have no idea of knowing otherwise, right? Like, that's, we don't have, it's not like Danganronpa where I don't have anybody's specific testimony to present to the court, right? Which I think that would be a good thing, right? Like, we don't have a written statement right now, but if we ask somebody some questions, we could keep testimony around as evidence. I think that would be good moving forward. Didn't investigations do that, right? Where somebody says one specific thing, and you store that as use of a puzzle piece? Yeah. I want regular Ace Attorney to do that as well. Because then it would provide, like, multiple things, right? It would provide a lot of instances where you could go like, hey, remember this thing that was said before? This disproves that, right? So I think the court record needs to be 3 different tabs. I think it needs to be evidence, people, and testimony. I think that would be a fire change for Ace Attorney moving forward. I would really love that. That would be super good. Evidence, people, and testimony, that would be great. Oh, that would be so good. But maybe I guess we could prove that we could technically prove that his coat had the rotten fish and chips inside of it, right? AAI 2 needs to be released ASAP. The best way that you're gonna play that is on a God-approved Nintendo DS with an English translation patch, right? You can do that. That's how we played it.
The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Damn, got him.
How can you say that?
Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Okay, hold on. Let me double check the autopsy. Yeah, it doesn't mark anything. Okay, so if there was anything that said, like, coat indicates further rotting, right? Then maybe this would have been a little bit, Oh, you know what I'm gonna do now that I see Ayame's fucking thing? Or, animated emote? That Thanos snap? I'm gonna do that for the seal. We're gonna have the crying seal getting Thanos snapped as an animated emote. Fuck, that's good. Yeah, hold on. Well, I'll do that later. That's gonna be great. The device K had was super cool in advance. Couldn't replicate scenes if it was fed information. It could replicate entire fucking crime scenes, right? And how people were standing if they moved, right? Like that fucking... The Yatagarasu's device is broken. Holy shit, that thing's amazing. Imagine if we had that literally in any other Ace Attorney game to prove what happened in cases, right? My god. Bro, fucking Dual Destinies would have been solved in 5 seconds flat. Bobby Fulbright is the Phantom, go next. Oh. Well then. But yeah, I think it's going to be this, and then we'll talk about the coat, right?
Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
Take that!
Okay.
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim that he wasn't killed?
Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. Wait, what? Are you gonna say, like, because he was, like, curled up in a ball, that proves that he was moved? Because I don't think that's gonna work. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Okay, so I was wrong. That's my bad.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Oh, could I presented the autopsy report here? Because you have to prove that that he died somewhere else, and the autopsy report just says that he died instantly. Never mind then. They're together, right? This feels like it should have been a 1 and 2, which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting?
The inspector's body that took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. I come back and all I heard was Kristen making another tier 2 to 3 emote. No, I'm making another animated emote. Because for some reason, Twitch.television doesn't want me to make, what's the word? Doesn't want me to make animated emotes for tiers 2 and 3. But I swear, one day when we do get those, I got y'all. I got the tier 2 and 3 fuckers, I got y'all. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk. I refuse.
What?
On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. Not the what do you mean? 100% hit rate. Always hits.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Damn. Get him then. Alright.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
I don't know what the hook gonna be.
You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country,
But I didn't kill him. Oh, that makes it so much better. Oh. What's going on, Specs? How you doing? Like, does he not see the issue with this?
inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You...
Dear God. Outrageous.
So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention.
As a judge, you understand that you shouldn't have done that, right? And you shouldn't have said this. Is that Kazuma? Bitch, it might be.
As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it out into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You still can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seshiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
Don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Isogi is fucking impossible. I'm gonna let y'all know. The HP lingered there for a little bit longer than I thought it would, and I was about to go, no. No. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is. No question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that would have been impossible for Prosecutor Isogi to commit the crime.
Oh, here we go.
Because, again, he was shot and killed by a gun that's carried by members of the judiciary, and the one at the scene was issued to somebody more than 5 years ago. So, not Kazuma, you fucking moron.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Isogi's involvement?
It would be the gun, right? Well, let me examine it one more time and see if I can't get a different... Because it doesn't say that it belonged... We also don't even know if this is the murder weapon. But this one is missing. This one is missing its serial number. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't get added to the description, so what would it be then? The evacuation shit, maybe? Yeah. This is the only thing that I think it could be.
Take that!
I'm glad I didn't fuck that up. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What?
Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
Because this proves that Kazuma was on the ship not at that time, so... But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly a murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Isogi stated in yesterday's proceedings... Yup. which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Isogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house on Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations registered book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Breakdown? You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seshiro Jigoku?
there we go.
Breakdown, breakdown.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Hey! He did it again!
It's over. My life is over.
I didn't anticipate it to start flying in the air. Also, big props for fumbling on the Gregson picture earlier and getting it right. Well, I mean, both things could have been true, right? The coat indicates that he had food that was timed way before the alleged time of death, right?
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request. It was a demand!
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Isogi. Not the craziest breakdown? Not at all. But even still, the fact that he broke the stand again, right? Like, I find that a good callback, right? But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
That left me with only one option for carrying on my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally.
I get what you were going for, but since there were no chips, that was second best. Yeah, like, I feel like that is in similar vein to when I present a thing of evidence and it's like, well, yes, this is the correct evidence that proves this thing, right? But not at this time, right? The thing that I used to do all the time for Ace Attorney games where it was like, yes, this evidence, and then it's like, no, you're a little early. The thing that I did for Danganronpa and Ace Attorney back when I was like first playing those, where I would present the right thing just a little bit too early, but I was still right. I presented the right piece of evidence this time, but for the wrong reason. But it was still right, right? Like, my reasoning was still sound, I think.
Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Oh, we're still going back to this. Okay.
So that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
His easy out is saying yes, and then he's done in court, right? He doesn't have to come back. He doesn't have to say shit else.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move.
So let me get this straight. Gregson got folded inside the cabin, woke up and decided round 2. And then got shot. Oh, there we go.
I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
It must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was a little more than nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suspected I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
All the evidence leads to Strongheart being the Reaper, right? Yeah. Because, because of what we were told, about the Reaper, right? like the killings that happen, it's like they're cleaning up society, right? Which were the same things about the professor killings up until Clint Van Zeek's death, right? So it's very clear that whoever was orchestrating the Reaper killings knew about what was actually happening with the Professor killings. And with the exception of Clinton Van Zeek's being the Reaper, like being knowledge to us right now, all we know is that Kazuma's father was indicted of being the Reaper, right? Or not the Reaper, the Professor. Damn it. So with Genshin Asogi being indicted as the Reaper, the Professor, we can turn that into a different drinking game every time I mix up the killers. But everyone was under the impression that Genshin Asogi was the Professor, right? But it's even stated in Clint Van Zeek's autopsy report that he was killed in a different way. He was killed in a way that did not fit the Professor's MO, right? So if Clint was killed in a way that didn't fit the Professor's MO, it means that whoever killed him wasn't actually the Professor, right? Also, I feel like this might be important, so I'm just going to go over it again. John H. Wilson, 33 British, time of death 31st May between 9 and midnight. Single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel, right? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. This is what I said is probably the Asogi papers, right? Whatever Clint Van Zeeks wrote in red ink. Okay, so I think I have to keep note of that. Vital evidence recovered something from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So we need whatever was in his stomach, and we need to know that he was writing something, right? And it caused red ink stains to be. So if we look at the, well, I mean, you know, red ink, if we're looking at the Asogi Papers picture, it's written in black ink, signed with red ink, it looks like, right? But yeah. Scythe is in prison and Wilson is dead? Yeah, exactly. So the only other person that had intimate knowledge of the Professor killings would be Strongheart. Literally everybody else is ruled out. So if the mastermind behind the Reaper killings is the same person that was responsible for pinning the Professor killings on Genshin Asogi, are one and the same, it has to have been somebody from that time, and it has to be somebody that knew about what really happened, right? Because it's not like the killing of Clint Van Zeeks was cleaning up society either, and it's very clear via his autopsy report that he didn't die in the same way. So that's like my definitive proof, right? That it has to be Strongheart, right? Because he knows that Clint Van Zeeks was killed in a different way from all of the other victims. He knows that whatever is going on with the Reaper killings is eerily similar to the Professor killings, right? And it's said by Susato that, oh, that's kind of like that's eerily similar to the Reaper killings, right? And that just seems like enough for me to go, yeah, that's intentional.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 5:15, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room.
So you put it back in his pocket? Why not just throw it away? What? This guy's a fucking moron.
It seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All of the sordid details of what I did.
It would have been better to me if he said, like, oh, he took his overcoat off and, I needed to put it back on him and I didn't realize the fish and chips were in the pocket. But he said, yeah, I saw the food that he carried with him and a day after he had it on him, I decided to put it back in his pocket. Like, what? I like how in that shot, too, the witness stand is gone.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Capital punishment.
An exchange of assassins? What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? He's not going to tell us. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough!
I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set your foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished.
I don't like him standing up. I'm gonna be honest. A judge standing up is weird to me.
And then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
So let me ask, if the judge could do this all the time, right? What happened on a lot of the cases where like the scales were like tipped like 3-3 or like 4-2 and we arrived at a not guilty verdict? Right?
Says Shiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Is that a different font too? Because the not guilty, I remember looking a little bit different. Maybe I'm crazy, but it has been a minute since we've seen not guilty pop up, right? So it's very well that could have been, because that looked like the text in Van Zeke's like call outs, right? His like objection and hold it.
And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Hold it? No. Really? Okay.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Albert Hairbrain would have been the last not guilty. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and it's been a couple streams since then, and because of Tales of Arise and the D&D session and whatever else have you, like, there's been enough time for me to completely forget what the fuck was going on. So, yeah, I think it has been a long time for me personally seeing the not guilty pop up. So I don't actually remember if it's the same text as that guilty one. All I know is that it's our first time seeing guilty pop up in the Cortera room, right? He can't say because it's Lord Strongheart, remember? Jigoku said, as I recall, the British were in control. I mean, even still, like, if he said the mastermind was Strongheart, Strongheart instantly would have been like, overruled. I requested that you speak about matters only revolving around the murder of Tobias Gregson, and then both Kazuma and fucking Ryunosuke both would have been like, hey, wait a minute. No, what the fuck did he just say?
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, which we have reached a conclusion, I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor.
And I see they got a nice new witness stand.
As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
There we go. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't fully been established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? What? Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. Okay, so Kazuma is under the want to say, oh, well, he was under orders from someone. Whoever ordered him to kill Gregson is actually the murderer, and if he's not going to say who his mastermind was, there's reason to believe it's Baroque Van Zieks. We cannot say beyond reasonable doubt that it's not him, right? That's his stance. Kazuma really does not like Baroque. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for some reason. Who is this tool and why is he trying to get Zeeks arrested? You mean Kazuma Asogi? The guy who is still not giving me a sword so I can do my smug pose correctly. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What the fuck are you talking about, Kazuma?
Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. I mean, like, you can't be mad at him, right? He was just the prosecutor that wanted to get revenge for his brother. You can't be too mad, right? Like, as mad as you are about your pops, like, that was his bro. That was big bro. Like, honestly, like, you can't be too mad, Kazuma. And obviously, like, this is going to turn into, oh, well, we need to investigate the Reaper, find out who the Reaper is. Oh, the Reaper isn't Baroque Van Zieks, and we're going to have a long-standing court case where we're going to bring in fucking literally everyone standing from the events of 10 years ago, which means we're going to bring in Courtney Scythe, we're going to bring in Daily Vigil, we'll probably bring in Kaiden. I don't imagine that we'd be bringing him in, but it would make sense, right? He was the prison governor, right? We would need to bring him in. Enoch Drebber is going to come back. Madame Two Spells might come back, right? Like, all of these people are probably going to be in here.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for the witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unrelenting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper from 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself.
But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. And that's what we must do. The defense is no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
Did day one of the trial take place on the 1st? Because I thought day one of the trial took place on the 2nd. Because we're currently on the 4th of November, right? Can I save and see what day it is? I mean, no. No, I cannot. But it is the 4th of November, right? Case 4 had day 1, right, but day 1 was the 2nd, right? So day 1 of the trial, right? This is technically our 2nd day in court because the 3rd we spent out of court, right? This is going to sound stupid, but is Cosmo the ancestor of Edgeworth? No. It's the 3rd day since the start of the trial, right? But it's the 2nd day in court, right? Does that make sense? Or am I wrong in the 3rd we had a court day as well? Because I thought that the 3rd day was only investigation. Either way. Testimony time. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Well, I mean, there's you, right? There's Gregson. Dr. Wilson is... Oh! Fuck yeah, actually. You... Gregson. And on the first page we have... Coroner John H. Wilson. Okay. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. Now, he's gonna be mad that I'm bringing this up, but I'm bringing this up to clear his name. So, don't yell. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Please don't be mad.
Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you have masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo?
Yeah?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Well, it's another statement for... I need to actually go back. Like, there has to be, like, something that I can go into and check, right? Like, there's got to, like, with this game coming out in 2017, 5 years ago, there has to be a record, there has to be a recorded, like, amount of times that you have to interact with the second to last statement in these witness testimonies, right? Because I feel like this is the most common one. Like, yeah, there's been some times where I've pressed on 3, there's been some times where I've pressed on 5, but it's usually 4, right? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Or am I only noticing that it's 4?
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report.
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Now that I know that the sound that I thought were castanets in these music, in this like OST, is actually supposed to be tap dancing, I'm actually quite upset. Like, there's this, like, because there's this thought in the back of my head that this music is actually being heard by everybody in the court, and it's just Sholmes in the corner with his violin and Mikatoba tap dancing. I was much better off when I thought they were castanets. Damn it.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
The report of the professor's final victim is an This is
Indelible.
link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
What that accursed name again? The professor.
I personally researched all of the court's records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court.
Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What?
Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
if the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. Now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Cool story, don't give a fuck. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence that there's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. Went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. That there's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. That is Sogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? It will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get to it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. Damn it! This fucking sucks. So this is the earliest recorded incident in Ace Attorney of fabricated evidence, right? Like, beyond witness, bar none. This also paints Wilson in a different light. Yeah, he's not as honest, right? As we initially believed. He wasn't doing everything for the good of his country as we initially believed. Or not Wilson, Gregson, excuse me. Damn it. Gregson I don't really feel super bad for, you know? Like, yeah, if you do all this shit, you're gonna have something coming to bite you in the ass. Right? No matter how much good he was doing by, like, you know, like, if he felt bad that, that Daily Vigil lost his job and almost killed himself, right? But Gregson is definitely, not pretty cool. I don't vibe with him as much, right? Dick Gumshoe would never, is what I'm trying to say. Dick Gumshoe would never. Tyrell Bad would never.
Emma Skye would never, right? That's what I'm saying. Gregson being my key investigator here, I don't vibe with him. And maybe it's a good reason that he was dead, right? I only feel bad for Gregson is that his death made Iris and Gina sad, but then I remembered he was willing to let Gina get accused of murder. Yeah, Hosonaga would never. Hosonaga would bumble around and be like, yeah, the pursuit of justice, and then trip and fall, and then cough, and then bleed from his mouth again. But he would not try to cover up the truth about a murder, right? Vigil almost killed himself? Yeah, no. When he got released from his duty, he was like, well, play that Big Sean song, right? And he did jump out the window. Bad did tamper with evidence. Bad tampered with evidence, but he was trying to find the truth. He didn't try to do it to cover something up, right? That's like Tyrell Bad that's that nigga. Tyrell Bad was really about it. Gregson is loyal to a fault and a friend. I mean, loyal to a fault? Really? Can we say that? Can we really say loyal to a fault, right? Because who he's loyal to matters a lot in that context. Is he loyal to the Yard? No. Is he loyal to the pursuit of the truth? No. I think Hosonaga was well used. Oh, you're replying to a memesy. Yeah, I would say Hosonaga was used enough. I would have liked to see him more, but given that he is that's why I really wanted this final case to take place in Japan, right? I wanted Hosonaga to pop up, right? But him being like the pivotal point, right? He didn't make any evidence that pointed to the Yatagarasu disappear. Yeah, because the Yatagarasu wasn't evil. He was just trying to figure, from my understanding, right, in investigations, when he was trying to, he got swindled by Callisto U, right? But when the time came and he was like, oh yeah, Callisto U was bad, here's the fucking evidence, right? But as you said, to find the truth. Yeah, exactly. Once he realized, like, oh, Callisto U is fucking awful, right? He was like, nope. I'm gonna tell everybody now. No, you were bad. I'm telling Mom. I'm telling Mom that you ate all the cookies. Essentially. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks. I mean, I see where he's coming from. I disagree because I'm super convinced that, that it is now time for us to go, but what about Strongheart? But I can see exactly, like, I'm not gonna say that there's any fault with Kazuma's reasoning here, right? This is probably the most, okay I am with any of the any of the like prosecutors following the wrong victim, right? Or following the wrong perpetrator, right? With the exception of Apollo Justice, right? Because Apollo equally was like, yeah, no, someone killed my fucking best friend, and I'm gonna find out who. Athena, is it you? You gotta tell me right now, Athena, it better not be you. That's why I'm not using my eyes. You better tell me it's not you, and you better make it sound convincing. But, I follow this. I fuck with this, right? Because given his perspective, right, you can go, yeah, I 100% believe this guy is responsible for it. Given the logic that you can go and follow, the logic that he's presented here, it makes it very clear that, like, to him, the prosecution, the man leading the prosecution, would have been going for a strong conviction, right? He wanted to get that guilty verdict, and he ordered people to fabricate evidence just to get the guilty verdict. Because in his mind, right, Van Zieks would have had enough reason to do so to get revenge for his brother, right? So I understand. I fuck with this.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to exchange to arrange the exchange. Damn my head. The thing is, Baroque only got that trial because of his brother. His brother was in charge of the Professor case, right? At least my assumption is that his brother was behind the Professor case, right? He was the person that was murdering everybody up into himself, right? He was a prosecutor, but I don't think that he was charged with investigating it. I think the prosecutor, yeah, the prosecutor was Strongheart, and then Baroque was like, yo, please, let me get revenge for my brother, and Strongheart, for whatever reason, was just like, hey man, fuck it, go. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
Leg? Hand. Okay. The only weird thing with this is that Strongheart, if he is the villain, right? I'm starting to have, like, I'm like 99.99% certain that Strongheart is the mastermind here. But I also feel like if Strongheart is behind it, why doesn't he stop this trial right the fuck here, right? As the presiding judge, if we're getting close to finding you out, why not just stop the trial here, right? The second you hear the mastermind behind the assassin exchange, you should be like, oh fuck, oh geez, oh shit, and then stop, right? That, at least that's how I would handle it, right? Like, oh, well, we'll handle that another day, that's another case, fuck it, well, not guilty, Baroque Van Zieks, we're done here. We'll catch you later. Too prideful or because video? I think it's obviously because video game, right? Also, maybe he's just keeping up with the facade, or he thinks too little of Kazuma, or he's underestimating Kazuma and Ryunosuke, right? What?
What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears.
His shameful admission.
Because, like, with this like revelation too, No Resident Evil. It feels like even worse for Gregson because reading the autopsy report before, it was like, yeah, Gregson is pushing for autopsy, and that was the miracle that allowed us to find the professor's like identity out. But now it's like, yeah, he fabricated evidence, the son of a bitch, and then pushed for the autopsy to find that fabricated evidence. It's like a parent hiding an Easter egg somewhere in the house and then looking at their kid like, well, maybe you should look in the oven. You know, like that, it just makes him seem worse to me. I really don't fuck with that guy now. I'm doing it to protect my country. How about you fuck up and move? Is this a new sprite? Or is it just from this angle that I've never seen this before? This animation, I mean. I gotta stop saying sprite. Really, like, these are 3D models. I'm a fucking idiot. But I don't think I've seen this animation, at least from this side, right? He's done that before, or at least I don't remember it then. It's been a minute.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Lord Van Zeeks.
I gave no such order. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then it had to have been the prosecutor before him. Strongheart, go next, right? Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You.
Just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
the only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart.
What? Lord Strongheart.
Oh no! Oh no! Imagine my shock. Gasp. Gasp. Holy shit. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in the British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case.
See, Cosmo didn't know that.
The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, all came from you. Spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seshiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Well, I mean,
He's not in the stand with me, but let's fucking go Van Zeeks.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself.
You claim that there was some wrongdoing in with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
Oh. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Someone go find, Margaret Faye. Go find her and get her in here with her, it wouldn't be Crane. What the fuck would it be? With her whales channeling technique, right? We got it.
You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country.
Well, there's some racism. Go ahead and take a shot.
But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Yeah, Misty Faye's in that old...
Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there is really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
The defense would like to call Courtney Scythe, Barry Caden, and Daily Vigil to the stand. And then we just do the fucking DX suck it, and then you're done.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
Who wrote the autopsy report? For who? Which autopsy report? You mean the one for Clint or the one for fucking Gregson? Clint? John H. Wilson. Wilson wrote the autopsy report. Or he signed it, right? Oh, my bad. Yeah. Hey, yo, Baja Mama is Tales of Arise Clean. It's a very good game, Shizzy. I don't know if you'd like it. There's a lot of, like, talking, and... it's a very story-centric game, but the combat's very fun. I would recommend checking it out. Look at the combat if you're thinking about it. Like, Shizzy, the best way that I can describe it is imagine like a JRPG, right? But it has like pseudo like Devil May Cry Bayonetta combat, right? Like you can perform combos. That is the best way I can describe it to nobody that knows what it is. So, I just say look up gameplay and see if you like what's going on there. Do you switch characters on the fly and shit? You can. You mainly control one character, but if you're like, alright, this character doesn't have like a move that's effective against this boss, you can switch over to your other character that has moves that are effective against that boss and use those in their combos. Like, for example, the guy that has the sword, I had him have, like, wind moves, right? And then I would switch to the boxer guy that I had mainly with lightning moves, right? So there's your baseline definition. But yeah, go look up some gameplay. And thanks for coming out, bro. But yeah, Wilson
Oh, yeah, I guess we could get Mikotoba. Wilson was the coroner, but I guess... Because, like, why... The court wouldn't know this, too, right? The court wouldn't know that, that fucking... What's his name? The court wouldn't know that Mikotoba wrote this, right? So that's why I was like, yeah, anybody who knows the events from 10 years ago, go get Vigil, go get Kaiden, go get Scythe, right? We got all of them. We got a lot of people, actually, that know. If you include Mikotoba as well, right? If you discount, like, obviously we're discounting Jigoku, he's not coming back because he's gonna be, well, like, oh, well, he's a murderer, so we're not going to allow him to testify, but you've got Scythe, you've got Mikotoba, you've got Kaiden, you've got Vigil. Shit, if you wanted to, Van Zeeks could take the stand as well, right? Because he was prosecuting the case. So, we've got 5 total people that could all take the stand. And shit, even if we wanted to, we could even get Sholmes in here, too. That's 6. Bro, we could have a full triple person double docket, right? With 3 witnesses that were around for this case. You're fucking done, homie. I'm sorry.
The accuser brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically declined. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago?
Why is chat giving out hints? Well, I mean, I would have arrived at the same conclusion anyways, right?
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence.
Because here's what would have happened, right? Like, let's say I select one person, and the game's like, no, that's the wrong one. I would have been like, oh, well, fuck, let me think about it a little bit more, right?
But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Well, yeah, there you go. Why is chat giving hints? Why is the game giving hints?
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma,
Please, this trial can't end. Not yet.
not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is...
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Isogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy lab 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
And the defense's demand is denied.
There we go.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Osogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Osogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
He's gonna be if you keep talking about his dead-ass daddy like that.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by a Japanese Supreme Court judge, Sashiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me?
Yes, actually, yeah, we do mean you.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. And as for you, Prosecutor Osogi, you will be remanded for the following proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your words. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Osogi.
Double damn it. Ugh. Big screams. Kazuma forgot he's still getting arrested, Lamau. No, I think he knew, but it's funnier to imagine that he didn't. Oh, fuck, I did say that. No!
That will be all.
Oh! Who is it? Not Van Zeke, surely. Yeah. It would have been his voice quote. Let's fucking go! Mr. Shums?
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Shums was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Lord Mayor Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your words from the opening of this trial to answer that question. If I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Beg to differ. Do it. Fuck it.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along at the prevarications of your superiors? Order. Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. And that door is ajar.
Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yeah, if he calls a trial to an end, it must end. What will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person who can present who can honestly do some other shit that I couldn't read in time? What? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear things up before that young Japanese fellow is brought into custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British justice, I take it?
I think you'll find we will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once.
It's really fucking crazy that this guy basically got hit with the "do it pussy you won't" and he will. My god. How did you get fucking mixed like this? That's really sad. I'm pussy? Yeah, bring the witness. Yeah, bring the fucking witness. You ain't got shit. He said knowing that we have shit.
As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse.
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, Shirley. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of those developments. Mr. Norohodo? Yeah? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this they did it! See? This maelstrom? There you go. This vortex, if you would. And confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh. I didn't expect this, honestly. What's it gonna say? Part final or final trial? Will it change? Or will it be just 3? Man! This means that Strongheart has some sort of play letting this through. I don't really think that he has a plan. I just think that he believes in himself. And he thinks that we're dog shit. And like 3 people in this room right now aren't fucking godlike attorneys, right? Well, maybe he can go like, well, yeah, no, Van Zeek's kind of sucks. We've had to use the Reaper shit to make sure the people that were actually guilty met their end, right? But me and Kazuma, yeah, go ahead. These Nipponese is about to fucking tap dance on you. Run it back. Hey! Why is she here?
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why is she just... I'm finna start staring at niggas.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... This is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yeah, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Yeah, so shouldn't fucking we kick her out then? You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. She's also in fucking jail, so... And he's here? So...
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too.
Well, man, the idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student in forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. That's racism, take a shot. I don't care. That one's fully racism. How do you know? That's racism and sexism. Shut the fuck up.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Have I heard this song before? This sounds different.
Or maybe I'm just misremembering, but I don't remember this specific song. It's always the hot ones who are racist. I can assure you that that is not true. Either of those statements. Could be new. Yeah, this sounds different.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done, and he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here, too.
You weren't there, you little bitch. Just shut that bullshit up.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
Reminiscing at ambition's end? Okay. I thought it sounded different.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
I can't have shit in video games. All the characters I like are evil assholes, racist, or a complete psychopath. Dio from VLR. Well, I mean, you said that they're hot, too, right? We are talking about the same person, right? Yes? Okay, so we just can't trust your opinion. That's all you had to say. Taste buds flat. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted in a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Really? Not an Eastern-style sword? He killed the man with his own sword? That's kind of raw. That's kind of raw. That's kind of raw. There were no signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all? Okay. No other signs of internal injury, that's true. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What piece of evidence? Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Is it really second to last again? It's second to last again, right? Holy shit. Dude, I'm being dead ass, right? It feels like statement 4 is just the statement, right? It's like if all else fails, pick answer C. If all else fails, pick statement 4. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear into testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No! He freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
So... cross-examination? Yes, no, you did forget about that, right? Like, also, are we gonna forget that you were laughing like a whole fucking movie villain? Or, excuse me, a speaky villain, right? They called them talkies, right? I said speaky because it sounds funny. But we're just gonna ignore the fact that you just laughed like a whole fucking serial killer just a second ago? Final answer? Or Strongheart has the right of it, Kazuma can't prove Jack? I mean... we don't know what the evidence was. We don't know how it came to be in his stomach, right? We can prove a lot. Kazuma can too, but Kazuma's kind of going under grief, right? So it directly falls on us.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. So was it suicide then? No, because it said there was a duel, right? But I anticipate that if he was stabbed by a sword, right, then it was fucking karma, right? But I guess not, right? If he was stabbed by a Western-style sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Because the burden of proof solely remains in the hands of the defense. Welcome to Ace Attorney. Now get the fuck out. That's usually how it goes, right? But either way, you know, like... could you imagine if what the fuck's his name? Strongheart was just all of a sudden like, you know what? Oh yeah, that the fucking thing is done. Yeah, it's we're gonna get out of here. We'll try this later. Like having him be the judge and being able to overrule everything, but he's not because he doesn't want to be seen like a bitch, is fucking hilarious to me, right? And I get it. It's not that he's a bitch. It's that he doesn't want to. What's the word? He doesn't want to make it seem like he's deliberately delaying the due process of justice, right? But I find it much more hilarious if I go, he's doing it because we basically said he's pussy. That's hilarious to me.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. It's kind of weird, though, that we had we had such a strong focus on the jury before, and chapters 4 and 5 of the final game, there is no room for a summation examination. We can't pit jurors against each other. The jury cannot be swayed in any way. You know, it seems weird for that to be such a big mechanic to be just left out entirely of these last two chapters. Strongheart is a dumbass. Should have just ended it when Jigoku was found guilty. Yeah, no, except for fucking Holmes. Take a shot. Except for Shom stepping in and going like, "Hey, everybody, wouldn't it be really funny if the judge just said, 'Hey, man, I guess we don't know the whole truth,' and ended it? Wouldn't he be a bitch?" And everybody was like, "Yeah, he would be a bitch. That would make him a bitch, right?" And then everybody was like, "Testify, do it." Fuck, he really got peer pressured into making himself guilty. That's fucking hilarious. Isn't the content of this case very confidential, so we wouldn't have juries in this case? Yeah, of course. It's protecting of national secrets, but I mean, like, not for canon reasons. I mean for gameplay reasons, right? It's very weird for that system to be put in place and then not happen in the last, if we're taking it into percent-wise, the last 40% of the second game, right? Shit, even more, right? Because it's not available in case 1 because we're in Japan. So 60% of this game does not have the jury system. I think what would have been more interesting is if the jury wasn't random people of the public, but was more specifically people that knew about the professor case. That would have been cool to me, you know? But, half the cases don't. Well, only the Japanese ones and this one, right? Kazuma's assault, I guess we'll call it, on the Buria, doesn't have any members of the judiciary involved, right? But I feel like this one, we should have had at least one, right? Could you imagine, right? Like the jury like being here and being a lot of people that we recognize, and it's like, well, instead of having it be random members of the press, now it's specific members of the judiciary that have to be here because it's confidential matters, but we still do need a jury, right? I think that would have been cool. Like, I'm just saying that just purely based on the jury system is unique specifically to this game and the last case of AJ, right? That's it. That's all we have the jury for. And the last case of AJ doesn't function the same as the jury here. So I still would appreciate the usage of the jury in the finale if it's such a unique mechanic to this game, right? That's at least what I feel. Would it have been very hard to implement given the in-universe explanation of why there is no jury at this case? Yes, 100%. But I still feel like I would have appreciated it as a player, right?
However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. I think we should stop. One thing I really do believe, we should stop calling him my lord right the fuck now. We should stop doing that. Fuck him. He's a loser. You've been formally accused with murder of the highest caliber. Well, maybe not murder, but being a mastermind. Fuck you. You're not my lord anymore. Also, one thing I'm going to say about Tales Arise is a little quick digression. I did not have to deal with any of Master Van bullshit. I didn't have to hear Master Van or a title that should have been discarded a long time ago be brought up. So I'm happy about that. Just kind of brought it up to me, in my head there. Anyways, the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. On the side note, who the fuck voted guilty against Vera Misha? Could you imagine being like, yeah, man, I think she did it. What do you guys mean she didn't do it? Alright, tell me about this, this evidence, right?
Hold it!
What was it? What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Look at her. Have you finished Rise yet? I actually finished it last night, Vampy. I posted a clip on Twitter of me two-shotting the final boss. Because video games. Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to...
Oh!
Father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring thing.
He was married, of course, right?
I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
Kind of sad you don't see a lot of the presses. Well, it's very clear that there's specific statements that are like, this one stands out, this one makes sense to ask more questions about, right?
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do. I think the one thing that makes me hesitant to press everything is that one Justice for All case, where it was fucking 2-3, wasn't it? Where you press up, where like Franziska's like, if you press here, you're gonna take half your health, right? That makes me apprehensive to press everything. That has ruined me. That has given me PTSD on pressing shit. Because I don't want to press anything. I don't want to press anything and take half my fucking health bar. But your health is 5 markers? I don't care. Yeah, and with Luke at me, dude, like, pressing everything has been ruined for me. Because I am afraid that there is going to be a secret, hey man, you took like the wrong step and you pressed and the game is now over, right? That's what I'm afraid of. I would rather think logically about the one thing that I need to ask about and then move from there, right? And I don't care if that's not the Ace Attorney way, that's just how I fucking know, right? Like, that's how I do it, right? You do.
My father's possessions were sent out to our family home in Japan after his death. But the ring wasn't among them.
Among?
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off.
These games also have Susato to help you if you press everything and reach the end. Yeah, and they kind of have that as well in the other games too. If you reach the end of Testimony, like Maya or somebody else will be like, hey, dickhead, you missed the mark, right? And I've reached that a couple times, right? Where I'm like, do I press on statement 5? And it's like, no, that's wrong. And then I restart the testimony and it's like, well, fuck, oh shit, okay. Right, and normally that would be a signifier to people like, yeah, you can press on some certain things, right? But playing Ace Attorney and getting to those specific instances where it's like, hey, press here and you fucking lose, has installed this this weird Pavlovian response of only question the relevant testimony, right? That's at least my understanding of it, right? That's all I have where I'm just like, yep. I only ask the relevant questions. Luke at me and Gundam were the closest of getting away in video game history. You're talking about Gundam Tanaka? Yeah, he got pretty close. On that note, timers in games have an effect on me. Being a Metroid fan, if I see a timer, I bail. Yeah, dude, seriously. Like, there's so many different video game instances where it's like, hey, this one thing, if you fuck it up, it's gonna be a bad time for you. Like, for example, in every Japanese RPG or JRPG that I play, right? If there is an item, and speaking of Tales of Arise again, if there is an item that increases a character stats, guess what? All of those stats go to the main character, right? The reason why all those stats go to the main character, because if there is a one-on-one character fight, I don't want to miss out on any of the stats that I could have gotten from those items, because I put it like, I was like, oh, you know what? I have this item that increases defense, and this character's defense is pretty low, right? So I'll put it on them and raise their defense just in case they get hit. Nope, every fucking item that increases your stats goes on the main character. I don't care what game it is. And I don't remember what game ruined this for me. I don't think it was Chrono Trigger, but I think it was Chrono Trigger, right? Where Chrono Trigger, it was like, yeah, man, put it all on Chrono Trigger. Put it all on Chrono. It doesn't matter. Put it all on Chrono. Or it might have been a Final Fantasy. I think it might have been FF6. Either way, right? There's very specific like game rules where it's like, this game has installed this one thing to me where I do it all the time now, right? And for Ace Attorney, that thing is, don't press everything, press the relevant thing. Press the thing that I need more clarification on. Is there any ambiguous language? Press on that. If there's anything I can directly contradict with evidence, present that, right?
They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
Could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Why? What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Nigga, come on. My, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
You can't be serious, right?
Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Fuck you, loser. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Yeah, like water levels in Sonic have made a couple of people that I know do not want to go underwater in video games ever. If a game has an oxygen bar and they go underwater, they don't want to be there, right? It just fuck, right? That's why so many people say they don't like fucking water levels, right? Because of that and the water temple from Ocarina of Time that people could not figure out because they were younger and dumb, right? They don't like water. I remember that Legend of Dragoon had a lot of 1v1 fights. Yeah. But like that's like I'm saying, like with certain games install rules into players sometimes, right? And I'm very susceptible to those rules, right? If there is a rule I can follow and adhere to, right? I think I might make a list of these and put them on Twitter, right? Like how I was saying when we were exploring Inazuma and Genshin, right? If a game has a waterfall, there is fucking treasure behind the waterfall. At least one of them, right? If an RPG has a castle, in the castle there is going to be a room that has like a storeroom or an armory, right, in the castle somewhere that has a piece of equipment and a fuck ton of money, right? Always. Always in the RPG. If you go into a specific castle, there's going to be a room with equipment and money. That's just how it works, right? But yeah, there's a lot. Noki Bay is Sunshine. That's not 64, right? You might be thinking of DDD, right? But not Noki Bay. There is an eel in DDD though. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. Almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Well, let's look at... Can I examine the ring? One ring to rule them.
These fat claws are doing a good job at protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Oh, my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. What class do you play in D&D? It honestly depends on the campaign and the people that I'm playing with. Like in Mikey's campaign, excuse me, I'm playing Inquisitive Rogue, but in Tito's campaign, I'm playing Oathbreaker Paladin. Like I said, it depends on who I'm playing with, really, and what the campaign is. JRPGs like Final Fantasy have an effect with weaknesses. Machine use thunder, lizard type, ice, and so forth. Yeah, that's a great one, SNR. Like, think about how many people play Pokemon that when they play other RPGs, they're like, grass is weak to fire, always. No matter what. Dragon is weak to ice, no matter what, right? Even if it's an ice dragon, they're like, it's weak to ice because it's a dragon. That's a rule set that video games have installed on people, right? Very good point. Okay, so we go back to what's that shit? The one where she was like no internal injury. Yeah, so we didn't swallow the ring.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you? Professor Mikatoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. And it's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. And now fuck Wilson.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
The evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are these sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
Smush.
HP, back for the 13 months. Welcome back to the family, brother. Appreciate it as always. Thank you for sticking with us. You came just in time for us to throw Strongheart in jail.
My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. I've stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
This has got to be hard for Van Zieks, too, because for Van Zieks, he was understanding that he was putting the man that killed his brother away. Like, that, like, unjustly killed his brother away, right? Like, he was sentencing him to death, like, in the name of justice, but he was following false evidence. That's gotta suck, right?
And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Dog, fuck Wilson. Yeah, nah. Feeling bad for him, assuming that he was Iris's dad, that was one thing, right? But pulling this card, dude, fuck this guy. I know more than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but
damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
This is like classic manipulator behavior, right? Like, hey, don't bring up a good point. Let me remind you that I'm in charge here, right? You're still in trouble. Don't forget that. Fuck you. We open up the dead to find the truth.
Beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though... What do you think has the best Death Slam barring Apollo? Manfred von Karma's is pretty good, right? That animation is really pretty good. He's chosen to walk a different path than her mama.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? Just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Genshin Hisogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life.
I'm more partial to Athena. Athena's is pretty good. I think that Manfred von Karma's, it's just the way that he's like so nonchalantly positioned when he slams the desk, right? Athena's is pretty close actually to Ryunosuke's, right? But Manfred von Karma has that like very classic, he's like the first like really good fist slam on the desk, right? Here, let me look up Miles for a second. Because I've gone on record in saying that Miles Edgeworth has my, like, favorite animation of all time, right? What? Go back. I need to see him behind the bench. Yeah, I think Edgeworth's slam, like, just the hand, right? That one's pretty good. That one commands authority, right? I still think his fucking, like, shrug and head shake is the best one, though. That's the best sprite of all. But yeah, his hand slam's pretty good, right? Because it's still got the impact, right? But it's just the one where it's just like, come on. It's almost like a come on now slam. And welcome to the jam. But let me look at Von Karma's just to show you what I'm talking about. Here. Like, here, look at this. Like, ignoring the scream afterwards, like, look at just look at the slam, right? Obviously, they've gotten better over time, so I don't think this is, like, as far as quality, the best one at all, right? But that one's pretty good. I like Franziska's like, it's not fair, right? The where she's like, she's got one arm bracing on the table and slamming her fist. That one's pretty good. The scream, he said ignore it. But yeah, no, I think there's a lot of good ones. But I think Von Karma's for me, just his posture, like that's why I like his and Edgeworth's, because like they're not putting their whole body into it and they still have a lot of impact, right? Like Edgeworth's is so confident, he's just like, Ed, are you fucking serious? Come on. Ah, he is wearing the ring. And this is after the duel, right? Because he said if anything happens to Baroque, he wouldn't be making it up to Clint, right? Let's see exactly what he, or is he not going to say exactly what he said? Oh. Really? Okay, this is different.
Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all.
Wait. What?
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? There we go.
Objection.
Like, that's an amazing death slam, right? That's a good-ass slam, right? He's putting his whole body he's putting his whole body behind it. He believes in that slam, right? That's a good desk slam, right? But I think as far as like for a prosecutor, right? No, I lied. I know what my favorite desk slam is because it's not a desk slam at all. That should be enough information for you to guess it. That's my favorite. Because it's absurd. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma. Open your eyes. Nayuta? No, it's not Nayuta. I'll say that much.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. With a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems as though you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi not have been disputed the findings in his trial?
Yeah, the Clavier wall slam. That's my favorite. That's my favorite that is not Apollo, and that is my favorite out of non-bias. It's not a desk slam. It's the fucking Clavier Gavin fucking, like, hand back to the side wall slam, right? That one's great. I love it. Oh, it's so ridiculous. And I like it for the same reasons stated as the Von Karma and Edgeworth ones, right? Because he's almost nonchalant about it and just throwing his hand back. But it still has that very strong impact, right? Oh. Do I like Simon Blackquill's Death Slam? We never got to see it in Dual Destinies. What, Clavier's wall punch? Yeah, that's a big misstep for me. If they were gonna bring Clavier back, I would have liked that.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied his claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi, your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Fuck! You know what? Fuck Black Quill. Clavier being the prosecutor for that case would have been so cool. Exactly! Man, I fucking hate Black Quill, edgy motherfucker. Give me some more Clavier Gavin action. That guy's sick. I love that guy. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Yeah, let's go. And Zeeks and Cosmo? Let's go!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counselor?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim that my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. I had to address something in Discord for a second. Jesus Christ.
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Is this the first time we're seeing his point from this angle? Because I don't remember his left-handed point. This is good. I remember his right-handed point, right? I don't remember the left-handed one. You know what I mean?
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated?
Well...
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Hey.
Ozma has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can somehow show there was a reason for his father's silence in that trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Where are they at? Nope, not that one. Where the fuck is it? Am I stupid? There we are. He was gonna leave.
He didn't assume that he was going to be killed.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Usogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak from inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time.
Not sticking around for long, but Goat Dame stays Goat. Shout out the guy Van Zeeks.
And shout out Odyssey for sticking with us for the 13 months. I appreciate you not sticking around for too long. I will say that I did see your response to Tales of Arise. I talked about it a little bit earlier. The bot pronounced it right? Well, yeah, there's only one way to pronounce Z-I-E-K-S, right? That's very clearly, you give it the Germanic pronunciation of saying the second vowel. But I will say that I talked a little bit about Tales of Arise earlier, but I'll summarize everything and put it in the chat later. Yeah. I was almost expecting Zeeks, maybe. But here, let me see how Google pronounces it, right? Google should pronounce it properly.
Zeeks.
Yeah. There we go. Makes about sense. But anyways, yeah, we'll close the window. We'll be talking about Tales of Arise, or I'll be talking about it a little bit later in the Discord in the Video Bames channel. But yeah, I didn't respond because I was asleep. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. But yeah, Odyssey, if you want to avoid spoilers, salutes, thanks for coming out. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you for sticking with us for a year and a month. My God, I'm gonna start creating new sub badges for over a year, or over a year and some change, right? We're getting close. A few people have it, but a couple people don't. Gotta get that 2-year badge. A golden Mukuro is on the way. The note reads... Yeah, I already read this. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Usogi and the British government. Oh, you're just about to leave to get food? Okay, I was hesitant on continuing because I didn't want to drop a massive spoiler in your face. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. And so with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Usogi can be explained in no other way.
Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses...
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. And now it would be Caden and Vigil, right? And maybe Enoch Drebber. Maybe. Right? Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warder of the prison. Here we go.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment?
Imagine getting fucked like that.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Sholmes Ex Machina times 2. It's not even Sholmes Ex Machina. This isn't an Ex Machina at all. We've been presented with the authority of Sholmes and what he was doing. It's set up well enough. This isn't an Ex Machina. Top of the Can we stop? Hold on, chat room. Hold on. Can we stop forcing this top of the morning meme? Like, please? It's not funny. We can stop, right? Like, it was cute for like half a second. But now we're done, right? It feels like people are really forcing this meme very hard. And I don't find it funny at all. That's a meme? Yeah, the fucking the Kendrick and Baby Keem song. The top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. It's just not funny. I'm glad people are amused by it, but it's not funny. We need to stop forcing that meme. Like now. But what is going on, Josuke's best JoJo?
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
It really used sad, really, because it used to be a saying in normal saying in Britain. Oh, Van Zeeks is still on. Okay. I forgot to mention it before, but this track is known as the Prison Guards. That makes sense. But yeah, no, it is still a normal saying, right? But where the fuck are you in America where it's the top of the morning? Nowhere? Okay. It's just irritating. Like at this point, right? People are pushing it way too hard, saying that it's funny. I don't get it. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. I'm doubling down. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Derek Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to passerby. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned in court here today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happening. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Ah, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, I don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. There's no reason to say it then? Well, I mean, the only reason to say it is the fucking meme, right? Which is why Stop forcing the meme. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie.
Witness, Governor Kaiden.
Aye, aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay Prison 10 years ago.
Also, knowers of this game, approximately how long do you think we have left? Because if it's approximately 3 hours, I might save the finale for another day. Because it's getting kind of late and I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten today. Anyone at all? Don't be shy. I beg you.
Hey.
You can't raid me as I'm considering ending. That's just not fair, Dio. What's going on, friends? How you guys doing? Look, if nobody knows, we'll just keep it going. I thought we had people that played this game before, but never mind. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nae thing about the professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. There's quite a lot left taking post-trial and epilogue content into account. Well, I can't end it on a testimony, so I'm going to finish this testimony, and then we're going to finish this game later. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Racism. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is because, you know, there was a lot of people in here who were like, oh, the chat's helping him, yeah. And I figured there were some people in here that knew about, you know, how long we would have, you know? Because they had an issue with you guys saying stuff about the video game. So I figured, you know, if there were some backseat upset people, they knew how long we had left in the game. I wasn't expecting Solius and Ardeno. Yeah, let's finish this cross-examination, and then I'm a dip. Alright. Fuck, what was it? Nope. No. Convict in the prosecutor's office. Was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. So you're saying the order came from the Queen, then?
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I can tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the... It's been a minute.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intent was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yeah, why not just let him go to the gallows, right? Why let him go? Why not let him go to the gallows as intended, right? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. You believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Isogi and the body at the top? Doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony... Okay, we're not done. Gods! I go on then. Seems to me the Japanese fellow Danae have nothing to bargain with. Information, rather, right? Because of the duel? Ah! The papers. He knew where they were.
Objection!
No? Really? I guess not. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must object to that last statement.
As the judge, I must deny your objection. There is no contradiction here.
Oh.
No contradiction other than the fact that a Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British courtroom.
But there by a not-so-far-away Lord Chief Justice, if you remember. So, I guess then just actually the Asogi papers? Because I'm under the... Okay, so here's what happened, right? I'm talking about the papers that are here, and these papers are not the Asogi paper. They're not the quote-unquote Asogi papers, right? But they would be in the, They would be in the, what's the fucking thing? They would be in this, right? Because I hope what I'm saying makes sense, right? They're looking for this, right? So I thought that I would present this and be like, okay, they're looking for this document. So that was my fault. But it would be the Asogi papers.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Oh. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Avas! The fella could not possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah!
It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in the cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. Uh-oh. Oh! You can't touch me now. I mean, he is. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. So it's a fake Asogi papers, right? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, with an exhaustive search made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper in the fella's cell where it would be.
How can that be? Where in his cell? We searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot.
What? You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to your Ford, did I know, young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It was written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. So this would have to be written by Jigoku then, right? as like oh, we didn't find his will. Well, we need will. It needs to be written in Japanese, but someone, anyone can speak or read Japanese. That guy. Okay, cool.
Which means everything's as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend? The last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake.
Cosmo would be able to tell. Yeah, but Cosmo hasn't seen the papers, has he? Or the alleged papers. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's ward. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Isogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. How did you both forget? Now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible? Is that what it said? Yeah, reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. All right. I think that is where we're going to stop it. All right. So we are going to start off. Big stretch. Next time with the finale, starting off on the testification against the Isogi papers. But for now, I think that's going to do it for me for today. I'm going to get out of here and get some fucking food because I'm starving. But before I do take off, though, I would like to give a shout out to both Odyssey and HP for sticking with us for the 13 months. Quite funny that they found themselves in my subscription for the same amount of time at the exact same time. Very interesting indeed. And obviously, shoutouts to Dio for the raid earlier. I'd like to thank you all very much once again for coming out. Tomorrow, we actually might be taking another break. We're doing an early session for Mikey's D&D campaign. However, this does potentially mean that Sunday we will be streaming. So tomorrow we will take a small brief hiatus, and then we will be continuing the... we'll actually be finishing this up on Thursday. So... with that, tomorrow, hiatus to on Thursday, we're going to be finishing this up. And then on Friday, we'll probably be doing a couple things. We might be checking out, fuck is that name? Deathloop. We'll be probably checking that out. I want to see what that's all about, what all the hype's about. So keep that in mind. But for now, I'm going to get out of here. You guys take it easy. I'll catch you next time. But until then, peace.